I meant your line prosecutors.
At that time, I decided that I needed to be more careful about my remarks.
Yeah. No, my
So
question.
my remarks were safeguarded and carefully made.
Yeah.
And frankly, I might add more carefully made than the remarks of some of the judicial officers who have been, who while very concerned about the Justice Department, seem to be willing to themselves engage in political considerations, which I didn't think were appropriate for the judiciary. So maybe there's a problem that's broader than we would otherwise recognize.
Well, you've changed the topic a little bit to your own comments and the response to that, which is fine. I appreciate that you've said that. But my question had to do with when criticisms like that are leveled against department lawyers, there is ordinarily some kind of a process or review that takes place. They're not just brushed off. That is correct, is it not?
It's certainly the reason that the Office of Professional Responsibility exists, to safeguard against things that are not responsibly done or undertaken in a way that discredits the department. Public confidence in the department is very important.
Indeed.
And the rule of law, guided by the Constitution, is at the foundation of our safeguarding liberties. And I take that seriously. I believe that with all my heart when I served, and I believe it today.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and most importantly, I want to thank all the victims who are here for your courage to come forward. This is not easy to do, to relive everything. So thank you for being here and telling your stories. Ms. Oyer, I want to turn to you. You were Biden's pardon attorney, and I want to make sure I'm clear. Your testimony here today is that you were fired because you wouldn't recommend restoring Mel Gibson's gun rights. Is that right?
I was fired just hours after I declined to make that
recommendation. Okay, you can't think of another reason why you might have been fired?
That's the only explanation that I am aware of. The Justice Department actually put in a pleading that was submitted in my appeal of my firing the fact that the facts of my firing are not in dispute.
On November, and you talked about you're concerned about public safety. On November 4th, 2024, you authored a 73-page memorandum recommending the commutation of all 40 federal death sentences. Isn't that correct?
Well, as I've told two members of the committee now.
But don't play the game with me, because it's not. They've waived executive privilege. I have the report right here. It's dated April 24th, 2026. It's actually, your memo is quoted in here. It's public knowledge. And the idea that you would come here, you know that already, you would come here and disparage somebody else and not be willing to answer questions about how you commuted the sentences of murderers is ridiculous. I can't believe that you're here to do that.
I don't have the authority to commute anyone's
Do you deny
sentence.
it? Do you deny that you authored the memo?
I'm not sure which memo you're referring to.
I'm referring to the November 4th, 2024 73-page memo. Do you deny authoring it?
I can't say without having
It's ridiculous. Honestly, I can't believe you did. You did, and everybody in America and in the world can pull it up. So it's a ridiculous.
Do you also? That looks like a document that has DOJ's logo on the cover.
Yeah, and it quotes your letter. It quotes your letter.
I don't know.
You're losing credibility. You should just admit it. You should just admit you authored it. Everybody knows you authored it. So I'm not going to waste any more time on your convenient little game you're playing here. You also authored and recommended the commutation of the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue murderer, and Dylan Roof. We all know this. How many pages of the 73 pages did you dedicate to victims? Because you expressed your concern over victims. How many pages were dedicated to the victims?
Sir, I don't have the memo.
I can tell you 3.
In front of me.
3 pages. 3 pages were dedicated to the victims. So I also happen to I made a special access request last year under the Presidential Records Act for documents from the Biden White House on the abuse of pardons and commutations. We recently got those documents. I want to show you a couple. Here's one. It's dated December 3rd, 2024, and it's an internal memo on the commutation of the 37 death sentences that you were involved with. The memorandum states that the White House worked with reporters to, quote, ensure positive coverage. It says the White House gave advocates, the elected officials, resources and key messaging to amplify the news. You personally recommended commuting all 40 death sentence cases, an even broader action than Biden took. Again, that included Dylan Roof, the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue shooter. Did you know that the White House was using your recommendations as a PR stunt?
Sir, I have no idea what document you're referring to currently.
Well, let me just ask you in general. Did you know that they were planning to message around your commutation?
Sir, I was not an employee of the White House.
Okay,
I
I'll
didn't
take that
work-
as a no. I'll take that as a no, but they used your ridiculous recommendation as a veneer of legitimacy. Document 2.
I was called here to talk about Mr. Blanche's nomination.
Yeah, I
for
know that's what
Attorney
you thought
General.
you came here to talk about. But the reality is your credibility is gone. You can't come here and do the political bidding of the Biden administration. And then when you're called out on that and being fired, and thank God you're being fired. You know what I really think? I think you thought you came here and you're selling merch, by the way. Do we have the hoodies that are up for sale? You sell merch. Let's show the hoodies. I think you came here thinking that you were going to be ordained the high priestess of the resistance. That's what I think. That's why you're denying simple facts that you authored the memo commuting the sentences. Everyone knows that. And we have documents now from the White House that they use that memo as a PR stunt. And so the idea, you have no credibility to talk about Todd Blanche. You have none. You've come here, you deny basic facts, you recommended the commutation of murderers. You gave no quarter at all or any time to the victims of these brutal murders. So again, I can't believe you've been called here by the other side, but I'm glad we've had an opportunity to expose your hypocrisy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank all the witnesses for being here. As a continuation of the confirmation process for Mr. Blanche, we are here to determine whether or not Mr. Blanche, who continues to be President Trump's lawyer and all that that implies, should be the Attorney General of the United States of America, who is supposed to be defending the Constitution, not the President. Ms. Bensky, thank you so much for being here and for all of the other Epstein victims. Mr. Blanche was asked whether he would meet with you, and because we knew that he had refused basically to meet with the victims of the Epstein crimes. And he offered apparently yesterday, and he made some excuses about it not being appropriate for him to meet with the victims directly. Why, I do not know.
Understand, yeah.
But he offered up a staff person, and I understand that a staff person from his office contacted you and others, and offered to meet with your counsel. Is that correct? Not with you directly.
I am not aware of a staffer reaching out. I can ask, but we have not heard from a staffer. No, we have not heard from a staffer in the last.
Okay,
24 hours.
let's get that clarified. Did I misunderstand that? In fact, yesterday when he said, "I have a staff person here, and we can get this done today,"
Yeah,
that they have not contacted you.
they have not contacted us, no.
He also said that it would not be appropriate for him to meet directly with you. So not only is his staff have they not contacted you, as he indicated yesterday, that this could all happen yesterday, he continues to make excuses, as far as I can tell, for not meeting with you, in spite of the fact that he met for hours with Ms. Maxwell. Why is it so important? Can you tell us once again, why is it so important
Yeah,
for you and the other victims of Epstein's crimes to meet with Mr. Blanche personally?
Thank you for the question. I think that if a victim comes and reports a crime in the FBI, what is the first thing that they do? They follow up. Like Law and Order SVU taught me that when I was 15 years old. The DOJ has never followed up in 30 years with any of us. There is a lot in the files right now that you should be investigating and looking into. And to my knowledge, I mean, they can answer this too, but we have never been approached by anybody on the prosecutorial side of things. So I do think, like, sitting down, telling our stories, and explaining, like, the people that were in the room, right? We were witnesses of crimes. We had crimes committed to us directly. We do have a lot of information, and you would think that somebody would take that lead that's already in, like, we already went to the FBI because that we wouldn't have 302s if we hadn't have gone to the FBI. It's already there, right? So the following up of those 302s, and then once it's supposed to be handled by the Department of Justice, why aren't we hearing from prosecutors? This case was never handled correctly from the beginning.
And he also made some excuses as to why personal information was not redacted in exposing many of you, including you.
And I think something that stood out yesterday was that he had said that immediately when things were misredacted, that they were taken down and they fixed them, and within 24 hours they were put back up. That is entirely not true. There are still things that need to be redacted, and there's still survivor information in there even today, from my awareness. My information just came down in April, and that was after begging.
Would you say that Mr. Blanche exhibits a rather dismissive attitude toward all of you and the Epstein crimes?
1,000%, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Oyer, Trump's DOJ under Todd Blanche leadership has purged career prosecutors for personal reasons for refusing to prioritize President Trump's interests over their constitutional oath. Todd Blanche has fired more than 1,200 former career DOJ employees who worked for both Republican and Democratic administrations. This doesn't even include all of the DOJ attorneys who resigned because they didn't want to be part of the kind of DOJ that Todd Blanche is creating, which is basically not a Department of Justice, but a Department of Retribution and Corruption, in my view. Ms. Oyer, what risks does this pose to our country for the kind of DOJ that Todd Blanche is running?
Senator, one of DOJ's greatest strengths historically has been its non-political career workforce of experts, people who are experts in their subject matter. That is crucial to keeping all of us safe. We need people who have specialization in things like national security, prosecuting child exploitation, all manner of sophisticated crimes involving cryptocurrency. Mr. Blanche has decimated the expertise of the career workforce. The Justice Department has lost over a quarter of its attorneys under his leadership and has not been able to replace them, certainly not with experienced, knowledgeable, non-political people.
I think the DOJ is very much losing its credibility. And as Mr. Ashcroft mentioned, the credibility and trust in DOJ is very important. The rule of law is very important. We have a president who does not believe the rule of law applies to him, and his attorney, Mr. Blanche, is helping the president, proceed with his basically anti-rule of law agenda. I thank everyone for testifying today. Thank you.
Senator Booker.
I just want to start off by saying, Ms. Oyer, I hold you in the highest esteem and respect, especially what you're doing now as a private citizen. You use a platform to educate people about the law. It is technical but yet accessible. And the badgering you just endured, it should be completely unacceptable. You were asked to comment on things you didn't have before you. The treatment here, to me, is just outrageous, and I apologize on behalf of the United States Senate. This idea that as a private citizen you can't sell things is insulting to me when we have Kash Patel, our sitting FBI director, selling merch on his site. The President of the United States hawking the Bible. And yet you as a private citizen who has a platform to inform people about the law, how dare we make such an accusation when the mockery of justice, the exploitation and the grifting off of their offices has never received criticism from that side of the aisle. And yet they want to demean you as a private citizen for engaging in commerce. That's ridiculous. In addition to the fact that you were a career public servant for your entire life, you were a public defender underpaid, overworked, not for a year, not for 5 years, but for years, the dignity and the service you have brought, no matter whether we disagree with your politics or not, should merit the praise of every single senator here. So I apologize for what you endured. I thank you for the service you've given to this country. And on matters of horrible killings, horrific acts, these are complicated matters. I hold here, and I'll submit this for the record, people who were victims, families, survivors, who wrote letters to the President of the United States asking not to have the death penalty put there. And I understand there's differing views, but you are put in those complicated decisions to write career memos for the president to make decisions about who's pardoned and not. And so I am sorry. What I witnessed, I came late to the hearing, was just unacceptable to me. And I am grateful, as somebody that follows you, that reposts your content, I am grateful that you're here.
Thank you.
I want to say, I didn't hear that on the microphone. Senators enjoy praise. So what did you say?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I just want to say, before serving as a pardon attorney, I pointed out that you were a federal public defender with clients in the Bureau of Prisons. Was it customary process for transferring a Bureau of Prison prisoner from a low-security prison to a minimum security camp? Was that standard practice?
That was unheard of.
Unheard of. It's against BOP policies. What role does the Deputy Attorney General usually play in that process?
Usually the Deputy Attorney General would have no role in designating or transferring inmates.
No role whatsoever, yet the Todd Blanche went directly and met with him. Are you aware of any person serving time for child sex trafficking like Ghislaine Maxwell being transferred from a low-security prison facility to a minimum security camp?
I have never heard of that. It would be an egregious violation of the Department of Justice's own rules.
Ms. Banksy, how do you feel knowing that the Deputy Attorney, Todd Blanche, went to meet with her for 2 days and then gave her a cushy transfer while he would not meet with you, and then lied to this committee yesterday saying he was barred by the law, which a first-year law student can know the difference of? How did that make you feel?
It's devastating for survivors, and I'd like to add to that Annie Farmer, a victim and survivor who testified in Ghislaine Maxwell's hearing, actually wrote a letter to Todd Blanche immediately after that and requested a meeting with him regarding the move and the transfer, and she's never heard anything back at all.
It is insulting to heap upon survivors the indignities that he has by not even meeting with you, yet he transferred a sex offender to a cushy camp against BOP policies. It sounds like she got a sweetheart deal while he released your personal information, your address, phone numbers, images, and yet he seems to be favoring the victimizer and not the survivors. I'm out of time, and it's honorable to see Mr. Ashcroft here, sir. I know you. I know your record. We may have disagreed on policies, but I also know you would never, when you were reviewing a merger, you would never go out to dinner with the parties of that merger. It would be unacceptable for a person that is supervising a matter to attend a social event with those people before your lawyers. It's about ethics. It's about the appearance of impropriety. It's about following the law. This nominee has not followed the ethics laws, has not followed the urgencies for avoiding the appearance of improprieties, has broken a bipartisan law passed by Congress, has demeaned and degraded survivors of sexual violence, and has shielded the president by some kind of deal we know nothing about that allowed her now to be transferred to some cushy camp that has never been done before with sex offenders. This man should not be in this office. I cannot believe we're going through this farce when his record alone should make him disqualified, not to be the Attorney General, but for even being employed by the federal government. Thank you.
Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. First of all, Ms. Boss, thank you so much. And I fully support your advocacy that the Department of Justice have as a priority, focusing on victims. And I also want to express to the Epstein victims my appreciation for allowing me to be with you yesterday and be so uplifted by your support for one another and all you've done to ennoble the rights of victims and the strength of victims to recover. Thank you very much. Mr. Ashcroft, I wanted to first of all say we seem to have a problem in Missouri with attorney generals not being able to keep their job. They all end up in the U.S. Senate. You started quite a trend with Mr. Hawley and Mr. Schmidt.
Well, in all deference, it should be remembered that a very important member of the Senate named Jack Danforth
That's right.
had previously served as Attorney General of Missouri. So myself excluded, I have been privileged to be in a line of individuals that I believe have rendered very significant and valuable service to this nation.
Well, I think you, thank you, and I agree with that. And I think, first of all, I want to express to you how much I've admired your career. And I think that being an attorney general is probably the most difficult cabinet position. And one of the things that's required is that you give advice to the president, and it may be advice he doesn't want to hear. And, you know, I remember March of 2004 when you were recovering from an illness, and Mr. Comey was the acting attorney general. And the president's counsel came to your hospital room and wanted you to sign off on a security law that Mr. Comey, in his opinion, thought was not legal. And you said that was Mr. Comey's decision because he was the acting attorney general. Is that right?
I believe that the the written reports, you know, it's been in novels and other things, and I have no reason to contest what they've said.
Right.
I was in bed with a morphine pump in one hand. I was in what you call, what do they call this, intensive care. And
but the bottom line here is that the president wanted an answer to permit him to proceed, but it was the opinion of Mr. Comey at that time that that was not legal. And this raises really what I think is the heart of what is so challenging to be attorney general. The president is the executive, you serve in his cabinet, but there are times when an attorney general has to say no. Is that correct? No attorney ever is a good attorney who doesn't tell his client the truth. Right.
And it's important that the client trusts the attorney.
And I
so
appreciate
can accept that. And so I believe that the attorney general is sworn to the Constitution of the United States.
And not to an individual.
He answers to the president. He is sworn to the Constitution.
That's exactly right. Now, also, when the Enron case, which was an explosive case, came up, you had received contributions in your political career. They were totally and completely legal. But my understanding is because of that and the appearance of a potential conflict, you recused yourself from that case, correct?
I wish I remembered things, especially things you say are favorable about what I've done. but it's over 2 decades ago that I did a lot of
What you
these
did, Mr. Ashcroft, is what needs to be done. You said it. It's the Constitution who's your client. It's the American people who are ultimately your client. And you have to give that direct and candid advice to the executive, who is the president. So that's my question about Mr. Blanche. It's not his competence. It's not that he's got an ongoing relationship. But could you imagine serving as Attorney General and having President Bush come to you and say, by the way, who paid you $9 million before you got to be Attorney General to represent him in criminal actions, okay? This is, it's astonishing, right? But then he said, I've got an idea. We're going to sue the federal government for $10 billion, and you're going to represent the IRS, and then why don't you work out a settlement where there's a $1.7 billion fund that I control. Would you see anything like odd about that?
I didn't have that situation. I didn't have a president that had been the subject of illegal disclosure of his activities.
No, but
criminal disclosure.
I want to get to your judgment on this because
I swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's a big challenge in an oath, so I want to give my answer and not your answer, although I respect your question.
No, but what I'm asking, you have incredible credibility, incredible character,
Incredible
respect.
credibility is kind of almost like Senate speech.
Right, but
unbelievable believability. I mean,
no,
yes,
here's
I was in this body myself and sat on that side of the dais, but
well, you wouldn't have had that reputation if you were a senator. I mean, this is because you stood up to the president.
oh yes, I would. I was honest as a senator. I have to. I confess my faults from both eras, both my legislative.
I'm just going to finish. Thank you for your indulgence. But number one, when you saw that there was the appearance of a conflict, you did not continue representing the government in the Enron case. Number two, when it came to a president's demand on something of vital concern to the president, a national security law, surveillance law, where it was the opinion of your department that it was illegal, you stood up to the president and didn't cave. I respect that, and I believe that's the obligation and the burden of whoever serves as our Attorney General. Mr. Blanche does not share that.
I thank you for that respect. I hope when I grow up I live to do things right.
Senator Tillis.
Mr. Ashcroft, and to all the witnesses, thank you for being here. Mr. Ashcroft, I told the chairman, or I told the chairman's staff I had one question, but like John Kennedy, it has two parts. My first question, Mr. Ashcroft, I mentioned yesterday that I'm disturbed with the political physics going on today. If you think about the Obama administration, they had vindictive prosecutions. President Trump came in, more or less matched up on some of it. President Biden comes in, goes a little bit further, and this administration seems to me, when we're doing 8647, we're doing indictments for that, unless there's others, an active investigation, but that's a reason to bring Mr. Comey and do a perp walk because he arranged shells 8647 on a beach in North Carolina. That's all we know right now. It just seems like, it seems to me like there's a continuing, this exceptional nation we are. Americans always want to do better, get bigger, higher the next time. Am I wrong, or am I perceiving a continued escalation of prosecutions, that some of which really, because of the way that they're being adjudicated, they're not being successful? It just seems to me that we're like shooting, shoot, ready, aim on some prosecutions. And I'm not only talking about the current Trump administration. I'm going back to the Obama era. Do you agree with me that there seems to be a trend that each administration, we seem to be upping it of late?
I'm not sure I could quantify any disenchantment.
Okay, that's okay.
I believe
that's fine.
I believe
I
that
think
partisanship.
Yeah.
And
no, that's okay, Mr. Ashcroft, because I'm going to live up to my promise to yield back some time. My point, I'm a management consultant. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a law enforcement officer. But I deal with facts and empirical data pretty well. I guarantee you, I can give you a list of cases and a list of investigations, a list of vindictive audits. And every year, it's like from 2008 to 2012 to 2016 to 2020 and 2024, one party is going to have to actually be an adult in the room and stop it. And our members here need to stop having situational ethics where they're only opposed to it when the other party's in power. But that was not my question. Yesterday, before the hearing, and Mr. Blanche, I have a positive predisposition to, just so that everybody knows. I have not made a final decision. But Mr. Blanche said very quickly yesterday that he would meet with the victims, the Epstein victims, today, if it could be arranged. Well, right now, the markup, if you all don't know procedure here, after this hearing is done today, next week we'll hold it over. The earliest possible markup would be 2 weeks from now. And because it seemed to me that Mr. Blanche was willing to say that he would meet with them and council, I understand the restriction that council has to be present. I expect that meeting to occur before I'm willing to vote out of this committee. And I'm trying to get to yes. But this is a very important part of getting to yes. There should not be any reason why, based on what Mr. Blanche said yesterday, if he said that he would do it today, then he can certainly do it over the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Yeah. Talking about what you said, what advice or how political Attorney General office is, I remember that Holder said he was a wingman for President Obama.
That's exactly right, Mr. Chair. And anybody who comes up here and steps up on their pulpit, and then all of a sudden I can go back and see of record the absolute silence of Democrats when Biden and Obama did the same thing. I'd love to see a Democrat who has taken the position that I have with an administration that shares my jersey, because that's the only way this nonsense stops.
Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adler, thank you for being here and for your many years of service. Ms. Oyer, likewise, thank you for your courage at the Justice Department and for your willingness to speak out. Ms. Boss, I'm just heartbroken for your loss and very much appreciate your advocacy. And Ms. Bensky, thank you for your willingness to speak out and for all of the Epstein victims that are here. I'm glad the Attorney General finally acknowledged that he could meet with you. I was perplexed when he said somehow that he was prohibited. That's simply not the law. And I hope that meeting takes place. Mr. Ashcroft, thank you for your service. I wanted to ask you about some remarks the Attorney General made when he said that he thought the president, he was asked about the president targeting his political opponents and enemies for prosecution. And I don't subscribe to what I think is a false equivalence. We've never seen a president behave this way, where he openly and privately calls on the Attorney General to prosecute his enemies. And I want to ask you about that, Mr. Ashcroft, because Mr. Blanche has said that he believes the president has both the right and the duty to use the Justice Department to go after his enemies. Do you subscribe to that view?
Thank you, Senator. I believe that the Attorney General of the United States has the right and responsibility to enforce the law uniformly. And if the law has been broken by the president's enemies, he has a duty. They do not become exempt from following the law merely by their enmity to the President of the United States. As a matter of fact, the people who break the law are in enmity with the people of the United States, whose expression of what is the law has been developed in this body, in the Congress of the United States. So we used to call people who break the law public enemies.
Well, Mr.
So my view is that whether a person has been a political supporter or not of the President of the United States is not the determining factor regarding prosecution. It's whether a person has violated the law, and in enforcing the law, the Attorney General is carrying out the will expressed in the Congress.
Mr. Attorney General, you realize, having sat here, my time is very limited. That really isn't my question. My question is, do you think it is appropriate for the President to call on the Attorney General to prosecute one of his enemies, and acting on that, request the President for the Attorney General to do so?
The President of the United States is the executive branch of the United States whose charge it is to enforce the laws of the United States.
So
when the President of the United States asks that the laws be enforced, I don't see that as consistent with his duties or responsibilities. If the laws were to be enforced differentially, and which one of the things that scares me about as many laws as we have, someone said in order to run a police state, you only have to have one policeman, but if you have enough laws, you can go find something wrong with anybody you want.
Mr. Ashcroft,
so the President, I believe, his job is to have an administration which calls for the enforcement of the laws of the United States without regard to the political preferences of the people who are perpetrators or accused individuals in the system.
I'm not sure that I understand your answer, except you seem to accept the premise that it is okay now for a president to call the Attorney General and ask him to prosecute his enemies. You don't seem to have a problem with that. If you do have a problem with that, please say so.
I believe the president needs to be an advocate of strong law enforcement.
Okay, that is,
and
Mr.
that
Ashby,
includes enemies of his.
With respect,
And
Mr. Attorney General.
if an enemy of the president goes out and conducts a violent crime, it's nothing wrong with the president calling the Attorney General and saying, I hope you do something about this violent crime.
And if the president's enemy takes a photo of seashells, you think it's appropriate to prosecute them? If senators make a video stating the plain law and Constitution that you can disobey an illegal order, you think it's okay for the president or others to call on them to be prosecuted? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I don't think you would have done that as Attorney General. I hope you wouldn't have. If you would have, you were not the Attorney General I thought you were. I don't think it's appropriate for this Attorney General or any other. And I don't remember seeing, notwithstanding the false equivalence I hear expressed so many times from my colleagues in this committee, I don't remember any Democratic president calling the Attorney General and saying, you need to prosecute him, and you need to prosecute her, and you need to prosecute them, and you need to go after this organization. We have never seen that before or anything like it. Anything like it. And generic statements, oh, they all do it, is simply not the case. And by making that argument, it just further erodes the wall of independence that I'm sure, Attorney General, you remember after Watergate, when because of the abuses of President Nixon, there was an effort to make the Justice Department independent from the White House, not completely independent in the sense that the president couldn't set general priorities. I want you to emphasize these cases and these cases, whether it's immigration cases or drug cases. That was always appropriate. But what has never been appropriate, and particularly so after Watergate, was for the Attorney General of the United States to break that wall and call on his Attorney General to prosecute his enemies. And I would say even without any basis to do so. And this Justice Department has been willing to do so and has gone before grand juries, and we have never, I think, seen the likes of this either in these high-profile cases where the grand jurors, in some cases to a person, have refused an indictment. How often did you have that happen to you, Mr. Attorney? Last question I'll ask you. How often, Mr. Attorney General, did you seek an indictment as a prosecutor and have not a single grand juror vote to indict? Did that ever happen to you?
I don't know. I just don't know.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all of you being here today, witnesses taking your time to be in front of us. Before I start, I want to say thank you to Attorney General Ashcroft for being here today and your service to our country, both as Attorney General and as a United States Senator. And also thank you for your kind words about Senator Graham. Really appreciate it. Mrs. Boss, thank you for sharing your story. Reliving the worst day in your life, being willing to tell your story so that people hear it. Really appreciate it, and I'm so sorry for your loss. We're going to talk a little bit in a second about people needing to meet with survivors, which I completely agree with, and victims. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that when someone is killed at the hands of an illegal alien, that their representation in Congress, senator, congressman, should meet with that family?
Absolutely. Of course.
It's my understanding that there are many angel families that cannot get meetings with their senators. Have you heard that?
Absolutely. It happens all the time. As a matter of fact, the lovely and kind words from Senator Durbin, I am his constituent. This is the first time I've ever spoken with him. I haven't spoken with him. He spoke to me.
Well, I hope, and I'm sure that, I heard actually the ranking member yesterday talk about the need for the Attorney General to meet with victims, which I support, and I certainly am hopeful that he will, and others, will meet with you.
Yes.
So, Sheridan Gorman and other names need to be said, and I think the accountability that we have in this room for other people, we should be able to have it for this body as well. So I certainly hope that you get your face-to-face meeting that you deserve.
I would hope so. We've had several laws introduced, legislation introduced in this last session that have been completely ignored. And there hasn't been any way to really get in and talk to anybody, especially those who are opposed to those legislations for whatever reason.
Well, thank you so much for elevating your voice. Ms. Bazinski, am I saying that right?
It's Bensky, yeah.
Okay, gosh, I'm going to have to try. I am so sorry for everything that you've been through, and thank you for your courage, for being here today and being able to elevate your voice. I completely support your quest to be able to be heard, to obviously for victims to be protected, and for us to pursue every lead possible. And, you know, I do believe after my conversations with the Assistant Attorney General that he is going to pursue those. Let me ask you this. Were you asked in the previous administration, did you ever have an opportunity to sit down with the then Attorney General, Merrick Garland?
We did not, but there were active investigations going on because of Ghislaine Maxwell's hearing.
So, but did you ever have a face-to-face with him?
No.
No. Did y'all request a face-to-face?
This was before a time that I was comfortable coming forward. It was just this last September that a group of us felt like we had met each other. And a huge part of this has been finding the collective voice of a sisterhood and understanding that we weren't isolated in these experiences.
Absolutely. And let me ask you this. Did you, was there ever, because I know that my colleague, Senator Blackburn, really wanted to make sure that you all had an opportunity to tell your story. Mm-hmm. Are you aware of any Senate hearings that were held under the previous administration that tried to
I don't personally
bring
have
light
that
to this
information because, again, I just came forward really in September.
Well, thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Oyer, obviously, are you cutting people off right on time today?
What?
Are you cutting people off right on time today, or are people getting to go way over?
I've been too liberal, but go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Go
Well,
ahead
just-
and ask one more question.
Just let me ask one more question, please, sir. I appreciate it. After you were fired from DOJ, you had an independent media company and a Substack platform, and you had the Lawyer Aura brand name and the hoodies that said hardwired to stand up to bullies. I'm wondering, it's my understanding that as a pardon attorney during the Biden administration, you recommended actual commutations for Daniel Troyer and Ricardo Sanchez Jr., who were sentenced to death in 2009 after executing a family of 4 on the side of a highway. Is that true?
Ma'am, I think you were not in the room when several of your colleagues asked me about those
Yeah,
recommendations.
this is my turn to ask a question. So is that true?
I said then remains, which is that I'm not able to talk about the clemency advice that I provided to the White House because of
Well, the
executive-
victims included a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old boy who died while cradled in the arms of their mother who was trying to shield them. Those 2 little boys were shot 10 times, and their mother was shot 11 times, and their father was shot 5 times. So I appreciate the grace on getting to go over, but that doesn't sound like to me that you stand up to bullies. It sounds like to me you stand with them. Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you for being here. This day of the hearings often gets less attention, but it is very important to us, and you are performing a very important service. I particularly want to thank Ms. Bensky and Ms. Boss for sharing your stories and reliving a lot of the pain that you have been through. Ms. Bensky, I don't know whether you were here yesterday when I asked Acting Attorney General Blanche to apologize. And I'd just be interested in your reaction to his response.
Yeah, I think it was the most that we've gotten from him. And that was a moment where there was a touch of humanity to say that we do understand that there was, in fact, failure here, because he's been on the record multiple times saying that nothing was mishandled. And as a survivor who literally saw nude images of friends and had my own information exposed all over the place, to tell the world that this had not been mishandled was just so absolutely egregious. Like anybody from here to Mars, no matter what political affiliation you're with, can see that like your government should not be, sending out nude photos of you, obviously. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Let me ask you a general question. And you don't have to give me an exhaustive answer today, and I know there are others in the room who may want to answer this question as well, but what should we demand of the Department of Justice to make things right, to make things better?
Yeah. We've always just been looking for accountability and for this case to be handled correctly, because even from the very start of this case, we have not seen it handled the way anybody would normally prosecute something. So we are looking to get to the bottom of why our perpetrators were never held to account. How does the largest sex trafficking ring in this country exist when only 2 people have been found even remotely? I mean, Epstein's dead, but Maxwell is the only one who has been held to any sort of account, and she's in a lower, a lower security penitentiary at this point. So, I think we are owed answers, and we are owed, justice. For us, we get that question a lot of what does justice look like? I think, yes, the culture shift is part of it, but really like having your government stand up for you and stand up for what's right. And, there's a chilling effect that it sends to survivors everywhere when their government is outing their personal information. Other survivors are not going to want to come forward, right? And so we need to make sure that we are getting all the information with these cases. So I think we really just hope that the government will take it seriously and start investigations.
Accountability.
Accountability, yeah, always.
And I think a working hypothesis here is that accountability is difficult when rich and powerful people are potentially...
It's always been the vulnerable versus power for this case, for most sex trafficking cases, or all sex trafficking cases, really. And it is about how the powerful consistently exploit the vulnerable. And that is what we see a lot. I mean, I have a 6-year-old son, and I teach him that accountability matters every single day. And I hold him to account. Why can't we hold our government to account?
Well, I will just say your voice and face has been a very powerful antidote to the wealth and power that may be brought to bear here, and I hope that this forum will encourage you and others to come forward as you've done so courageously.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I do also want to mention that Virginia Giuffre has been monumental in all of this, and I think it would be unfair to not name her, because her deposition holds the key to quite a few things. So if you started her deposition, you can start really investigating.
Thank you. Ms. Oyer, I want to ask you about the pardon that I mentioned yesterday. I asked Todd Blanche about it. David Gentile, sentenced to 7 years for a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme that involved a 7-year sentence. He served 12 days of it before he was pardoned. He boasted to his fellow inmates that he was going to pay $2.5 million to someone to get him out. Father Frank Mann told one of his parishioners that he had talked to President Trump to get David Gentile out of prison These are facts that have been publicly reported. The investigation into the potential impropriety of this pardon was shut down, allegedly, by high officials in the Department of Justice, talking to the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York, Joe Nocella. I know you're not familiar with the facts. I'm not going to ask you whether you believe that that reporting is true. Mr. Blanche never denied it. He basically said, well, it was a leak. Sometimes leaks actually involve truthful information. But the point that I think is lost here is that that pardon involved $16 million in forfeiture to innocent victims, many of them retirees who were depending on that money to survive. And he will no longer be required to do restitution. So his ill-gotten gains, some of which he may have used to pay for his clemency, so to speak, are not going to go back to the people who were cheated, his victim, as a result of that pardon and clemency. So I guess my question to you with this introduction is essentially, are victims and survivors often re-victimized by pardons that are unjust or unfair to them? And shouldn't we have them given a voice and recognize the Constitution gives the president unlimited authority? And it's one of those powers that's unchecked, rarely. But isn't there a need to give the victims a voice in this process?
Yes, Senator. The millions of dollars that Mr. Gentile stole from his investors, unfortunately, are a drop in the bucket of the restitution that victims have been deprived of as a result of President Trump's pardons. He has forgiven over $1 billion in restitution that is owed to victims of fraud, as well as money that is owed to taxpayers by people who committed white-collar crimes and who have served, in many cases, none of their sentence and repaid none of their money. That is not consistent with the regulations that the Justice Department has in place for evaluating applications for pardons. The Justice Department historically has looked to see that people have repaid their debts before recommending clemency, but this president is using clemency in a strategic, transactional way to forgive huge amounts of debts owed to taxpayers and crime victims.
Senator Durbin.
Mr. Chairman, in closing here, I would like to make a couple points.
Please do.
First, I understand that the senator from Alabama mentioned my name while I had stepped out. Ms. Boss, anxious to meet with you. I hope we can do it soon, maybe even right after this, because I know it was a hardship for you to make this journey here to testify from Illinois, and I don't want you to have to wait to see me. I want to meet with you now, and we can talk as soon as this meeting adjourns, if it's okay with you. If it fits in your schedule. Let me say a word about Ms. Oyer. I'm glad that the senator from New Jersey said what he did about you. I believe the fact of the matter is that most of the things that were brought up today in this hearing about your activity related to a decision by the Biden administration as they were leaving office to turn death penalty convictions into life imprisonment instead. Is that correct?
That's right, sir.
That reflects, I'll say this, you don't have to comment on this. I believe that reflects President Joe Biden's opposition to the death penalty. I share that opposition. There are people in the audience who agree with me and some who vehemently disagree with me. But America is divided on this issue. I didn't have this position my entire political career, but toward the end of it, I've come to the conclusion, as Justice Blackmun did at the end of his conclusion of serving on the Supreme Court, that he no longer wants to tinker with the machinery of death. The fact of the matter is, there are clear cases where one can argue a death penalty, and there are cases which we have found were wrongly decided, and people faced a death penalty or worse until evidence and other things were discovered at the end. That is my position. That was Joe Biden's position. That's why the cases which were brought up today are so serious. And I believe that you were doing your job as a pardon attorney to advise him as to his decision. But is it not true that the final decision on the disposition of these inmates was the decision of the President of the United States?
That's absolutely correct, Senator.
So if you want to take exception to Joe Biden and his position, be my guest. But to blame you for those, I think, goes beyond your responsibility as pardon attorney. And I would just say I know the controversy behind this issue, but I feel that that's what led him to his conclusion. Ms. Binsky, thank you for bringing your friends with you today. It is great to see them, and I hope that what you heard from Senator Tillis is a promising possibility that he said he would not, I hope I'm saying this correctly, he wouldn't vote to confirm this nomination until there's been an actual meeting. That would be a dramatic work of progress for us to reach that point. And because you had the courage to stand up, not only you, but your friends, we have achieved that, I believe. I hope that's the fact. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Thanks to all of our witnesses for being here today and for traveling the long distances some of you have had to go. We're grateful that you did it. For all the members of this committee, written questions to these witnesses here are due on Wednesday, July 22 this year at 5 p.m. The hearing is adjourned.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. We'll go see if the Finance Committee is still meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Today, in my opinion, your record really shows a totally different story, because you certainly have not protected the Office of Service Members Affairs. And from what we're hearing right now is that you want to cut its staff in half. So how is gutting that office that exists to defend service members anything but really, truly abandoning them?
Well, Senator, your question is presuming a rift that is not in place right now. We have taken this as a very big priority. We've made it a priority in our enforcement guidelines.
But you are
from
planning,
an educational.
But you are planning to cut staff from that department.
Consolidate where we can make consolidations. But
to be clear, you're going to be cutting a very important office that is very important for service members to actually have protections when it comes to consumer protections.
We believe that we can have consolidated workflows at the Bureau that continue to make this a priority.
Well, I certainly don't think that that's the case, but that's how you choose to staff. Now, let's look at how you actually choose to enforce the law. So Navy Federal Credit Union was caught charging its members millions in illegal surprise overdraft fees. These members are active duty veterans, DOD employees, and their families. I was once a young Marine. Every dollar really does matter when you're a young Marine. And the last CFPB ordered Navy Federal to pay a $15 million penalty and refund more than $80 million back to those service members' pockets. I think that's a very just outcome. But you tore up that consent order. Am I correct?
It was based on a decision of which the previous administration had put out guidance that was not lawful.
Okay.
So when the company was then penalized for it, there was no grounds for that consent order.
Did any of that $80 million go back to any of those veterans when you tore that up?
They paid their $15 million in the penalty.
They paid the $15 million, but the people that actually were ripped off by Navy Federal Credit Union did not get anything.
They weren't.
The previous order would have given those $80 million back to the people that were ripped off.
And that would have been paid by service members under the Navy Federal Credit Union.
But right now, for a fact, we know that they're not getting the $80 million back.
The underlying issue is
your decision basically means that these men and women who are ripped off are not getting $80 million back, because the previous order actually would have done that.
It was illegal.
It's not illegal. It was just, and you just basically tore up, and you didn't replace it by anything. So like these men and women are now left $80 million.
Because there's no authority to deal with overdraft fees, which, by the way, makes sure that we have overdraft fee protection.
There was an order specifically designed to bring restitution to these veterans that were credibly ripped off, and you could have found another way to do it, but instead you just let them continue to be ripped off, and that is your decision. And so just to follow up with that, the Navy Federal is just one of the 42 enforcement actions that your CFPB has dropped or rolled back. For the other companies you left off the hook altogether, how many of those 42 companies and lawbreakers had discussions with you or anyone in the CFPB, OMB, or the White House about dropping, weakening, retracting any of these orders? And please, I remind you, you're under oath.
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
I don't make decisions based on who approaches me. I make it based on the
Well, you made a decision on Navy Federal Credit. You ripped off a lot of veterans, at least up to the tune of $80 million. You did make that decision, right?
I certainly made the decision with regard to Navy Federal.
But you're not making any other further decisions somehow.
I made the decision with every one of those consent orders, enforcement actions.
And so for the 42 companies, you just don't know?
You're asking what interactions our external affairs has with various stakeholders, of which we have an open door policy with anyone. So if no matter where you are on a policy basis, we're having conversations with everyone.
Have you had any of those conversations about rolling back some of these orders, some of these penalties, or anything like that, to the best of your knowledge? You don't have to give me a round number.
Every decision that I have made has been based on the.
So now you are making decisions, because like about 2-3 sentences ago, said you're not making decisions.
I said actually every decision that I have made, which is the entirety of the decisions at CFPB under my tenure, has been based on the law, the common sense approach to the way that we have run the department.
Okay, sure. If that's the case, will you provide the logs of all your meetings and the minutes?
We will comply with all FOIA laws on the books. I'm not going to.
I'm not asking about FOIA laws. I'm asking you to.
No, I'm not.
As oversight as our oversight capability here and capacity, I think we should have a right to see these logbooks.
We will comply with all FOIA laws.
That's not what I'm asking.
Well,
I'm asking for you to provide
laws.
us for actual logs, communications with these 42 companies.
Senator's time is up. Senator Alsobrooks has the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott and Ranking Member Warren and Director Vogt. I have been waiting to have the opportunity to come back face to face with you to ask for an explanation for what I regard as absolutely depraved, I use that word again, and draconian actions to decimate our public institutions, politicize federal grant programs, to stall funding for NIH and for CDC public health programs, harming our research institutions, dismantling the CFPB. And I have to tell you, I couldn't wait to get here on behalf of the 160,000 federal employees in my state. The actions taken toward our federal employees has been evil, absolutely evil. And it is the most galling aspect of what I regard as shameful tenure at the OMB as director has been your outright animosity and blatant hostility toward our federal workers. And I haven't made this up. In fact, I'm going to read your own words that you famously said without remorse. You said, we want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly regarded as the villain. This is so evil. And the 150,000 federal workers who are in my state, who come together, these are the patriots of our country, who've worked, many of them, for decades. They didn't care whether the president was a Democrat or Republican. They are here to serve the American people, and they will not forget how they were treated and what was said, and neither will I. And in fact, one Marylander who lost his federal job said the following: I can't tell you how terrifying it is to be a parent of 2 children faced with the thought that you cannot provide for your family. And so I ask you, is that the kind of trauma that you were talking about? Did you intend to sow terror for parents who need to provide for their families? Is that the kind of trauma that you were anticipating?
Senator, I've explained those comments on numerous occasions. I was referring to bureaucracies and not the career civil servants that do the job. Many of those bureaucracies are weaponized against the American people. We've taken steps to deal with that, but as it pertains to civil servants, I have a very high regard for them and the work that they do.
Well, I think the words speak for themselves. I really do. I don't think anybody can say that combination of words and have it be explicable. It is inexplicable, and you continue to traumatize them this fall by issuing a memo directing agencies to prepare for mass firings that I might note the court later found were illegal. So did the workers deserve, because they feel traumatized. They were here, I saw them, they were lining up in these hallways talking to me, many of them in tears.
Senator, you shouldn't have shut the government down for more than 2 months on 2 separate occasions. You don't think that traumatized the same federal workers?
Well, you know what? Again, let me just say this. The Jedi mind trick does not work. The Republicans around here are in charge of everything. The House, the Senate,
they need your votes
the White
on
House.
a bipartisan.
Well, you know what? Again, I'm going to go to my next question, but I will not fall for the Jedi mind trick that when the Republicans have the keys to the kingdom, that anything regarding a shutdown has to do with Democrats. But again, can you tell me how much money did the cuts save the American taxpayer? All of these cuts, how much did it save us?
Well, we had the most successful fiscal year that we've had, I believe, in history in 2025. We ended fiscal futility in this country. We saved about $15 billion below the level that you were able to do with the continuing resolution. We passed rescissions bills for the first time since 1992. We were able to support an appropriations process that led to $20 billion less than the previous year. Outside of those 2 shutdowns, which were something that we fought against very hard.
Well, let me just, because my time is tolling, sir, I do have another question. I would beg to differ that this has been fiscally successful. And if you call fiscally successful, whatever these cuts are, people still cannot afford their groceries, gas, utilities. So if you regard this as a fiscally successful, I still beg to differ. But I want to turn to CFPB very quickly. Because it seems that you're doing everything in your power to make things more unaffordable for American families, including trying to fire half of the workforce at the agency that has returned $21 billion to consumers. On April 16th, I led many of my colleagues in a letter requesting information on this incredibly short-sighted proposal and noting that this plan would force reductions of 80% within CFPB's Office of Enforcement, which is literally tasked with enforcing consumer financial laws and holding financial service providers accountable. You haven't responded to our letter in 3 months. I hope that you will. But how can the CFPB meet its statutory enforcement obligations with only 1/3 of its enforcement staff.
Unfortunately, the senator's time is up, so I will not allow the witness to respond to the question.
Thank you.
We will have that as a question for the record, which will give by next Thursday, it will give the director, acting director, or the official director, if we get a change in administration there, 45 days to respond to that. So while I'm cutting you off and taking the liberty to explain what we're going to do, I will ask that that question be submitted for the record.
Okay.
And if the acting director vote leaves before the 45-day clock is up, I will ask the next person in charge to answer your question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vaught, thank you for being here. Tell me the one DOGE initiative that you think is the best example of the work that was done before DOGE was quiesced in CFPB, or you can go anywhere else, but just give me the best example of what you thought was an exquisite realization of value that came through cuts that worked their way through the DOGE office.
Well, I do believe that the reductions in force as a tool.
Which specific one?
In general.
Yeah, but I want to get into specifics. You and I have different backgrounds. Mine was in enterprise implementation. I did this for a living, and so I don't want a word salad answer.
Well, it's not word salad, Senator. CFPB, I'm trying to do a reduction in force.
But I'm just asking you across the board. Give me one best, because here's what I'm asking for. The DOGE office has been quiesced, okay? But there were a lot of claims of billions and billions of dollars in savings. I simply want to know where you booked them and where I can see it.
I didn't run DOGE, Senator.
You are OMB, right?
I am, but I am not DOGE.
You do track to me, and when I worked in business and we had to implement efficiency, we got engaged to come in, do activity-based accounting, whatever was necessary to identify the efficiencies. Then we go to the CEOs and say, part of this is going to be a reduction in force. We're going to do this in a methodical manner. The number one thing we want to do is absolutely have a reduction in force that looks at our best and brightest, that 18 to 25% of the organization, and make damn sure that they don't get a "you're fired" notice. And then we would send out a reduction in force and an efficiencies program that does people, technology, and infrastructure. Give me an example of where that was done over the year that DOGE was in place.
Well, I think the extent to which we
because
shut down
let me back
USAID.
up. The reason I'm targeting you is because I look at you as the guy who books the savings. After we work, whatever department it is, savings, we come to you and we say, Mr. Vaught, this is no longer going to be a part of our expense run rate. You can actually tell the administration that we can decrement that cost because we've cut the savings. Give me the best example of where DOGE has done that.
Well, I have been saying in terms of...
No, because give me the best example of where a DOGE initiative,
Senator,
once they completed the work, came to you and said, Mr. Vaught, you should be aware that our baseline run rate for expenses have gone down. Give me one
we
example.
have an appropriations process, Senator.
I'm sorry?
There is an appropriations process. We have put
I'm
forward a
just
budget
asking you. I've
that's
heard a lot of
$160
people,
billion in
including
DOGE
you,
savings.
I've heard a lot of people, including you, talk about the DOGE savings. I've worked in the business world. My understanding is the last time you worked in the business world was at B. Dalton Books when you were putting yourself through law school. Good on you. But you don't have this experience, and a lot of people that were involved in this do not have this experience. I love the idea of DOGE, but what I don't love is the idea of DOGE shit that we're picking up because people did it wrong. I spell it with a $, by the way, Mr. Chair. But at the end of the day, we've got to be honest with the American people. We had people running through here and talking about all the savings. At the end of the day, book it. Every single one of these things should have before, after, net savings, and run rate for cost. And Mr. Vaught, if you would submit for the record, I may have caught you flat-footed on this one, and I apologize for that.
You don't have to apologize.
But
there's $160 billion in savings
Mr. Vaught,
that we
look,
identified.
this is going to be real simple. You don't have to do anything except present to me.
I did, the budget.
A consultation for the record in written form, a consultation with the government agency that had the most documented and sustainable savings so that I can go back to North Carolina and explain where DOGE was successful. Because right now, I'm picking up a lot of bags of people who are some of the most experienced people leaving, scientists leaving NIH, these random, you were fired, oh, I'm sorry, you weren't, wrong email address. All that stuff is amateur stuff that would have gotten me fired in my job at Price Waterhouse in a week. I want to see, but I'm willing to be open to it. You got a best case. I love being proved wrong when I'm coming out and saying something that I'm very disappointed with. I would love nothing more than a briefing before this committee on the extraordinary work of identify the target, achieve the target, book the savings, and inform the appropriations process. I'd love to see at least one of those for the record. Thank you.
Ranking Member Warren for closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to use this opportunity to correct the record on Acting Vote's response to Senator Warner about his past comments and his intent to traumatize federal workers. Acting Director Vote, there is a video of you when you were president of the Center for Renewing America, and it was published by ProPublica in October 2024, in which you say, and I will quote you to yourself, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them not to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as villains." And then you go on to say, "We want to put them in trauma." And yet you sat here this morning, looked Senator Warner directly in the eye, and said, "You didn't say that." I just want to close here by going back where I started.
Senator was referring to my writing.
The corruption at the CFPB is costing American families. So far, it has cost them an estimated $26.5 billion. Toyota, Navy Credit, Capital One, Apple, Bank of America, Walmart, and more. No matter how many people you have hurt, if you've got the cash, Donald Trump and Mr. Vote have a pardon for you.
Thank you for your closing comments. I'll simply say that the fact of the matter on today's hearing is that the characterization of the director, acting director, ripping off veterans, I think is not only false, but it is salacious as it relates to the laws that were not written by this Congress not being able to be enforced by this acting director. Second thing I'd say is that according to also Senator Brooks, the question about government shutdown, it takes 60 votes to overcome a shutdown. Nearly every Republican voted to keep the government opened. Nearly every Democrat, if not every single Democrat, voted to shut the government down. Those are just facts as well. Finally, I'd say that as it relates to a simple rhetorical question that I have, what is the impact when credit scores are no longer reliable because some folks with good intentions dilute the effectiveness of objective information? Leads to fewer people having access to credit, more people receiving higher rates, and a negative impact overall. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, those questions are due 1 week from today, Thursday, July 23rd. Acting director or his successor will have up to 45 days from that day to submit your responses to the questions. For the record, thank you. The committee is adjourned.
everything's good. So we'll give it a So sign it. Hold it. Y'all ready? Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Shane Slars. I'm the Kendall County Judge. I'm here with our Emergency Management Coordinator, Brady Constantine, and our Road and Bridge Chief, Donnell Evans. We're just going to give you an update on the current situation in Kendall County. This is reminiscent of last year's July 4th flood. We've taken on a significant amount more water than last year's flood. This morning there was about 200,000 cubic feet per second of water coming through the Guadalupe, which was significantly higher than last year. Fortunately, like last year, we suffered no loss of life and no significant injuries. Property damage and damage to roads and bridge is prevalent throughout the county. We're not able to do a full assessment of the damage at this point because there's still significant water. You'll notice that there is some red dye in the water by Comfort. At this point, it is not a safety concern for anyone. We've been told that it is just dye. It is nothing that's a health concern. In addition, we've had 2 official rescues at this point, but we've had multiple assists to bring people to our evacuation center. At its peak, our evacuation center has had about 68 residents. Right now, there's about 63. We're providing food and supplies to these residents. We've had multiple organizations donate their time and effort to, including HEB and some restaurants, so they're being provided for, as well as their pets. In addition, we have state assets on the ground assisting us, as well as our community partners, the City of Boerne, and all of our volunteer fire departments, law enforcement are out and about. Our wildlife agents are out and about as well. And so we have full assets on the ground assisting folks. So right now, we're at a lull. We're expecting a second wave coming down the pipe sometime this afternoon. It's nothing going to be remotely close to what we've seen. So we believe we're through the worst of it, but it's important for our residents to remain vigilant. Please do not go through low water crossings. Please pay attention to the alerts that we're sending out. We're constantly sending out WENS alerts and text messages to our residents, trying to advise them of the current conditions. Those are for your safety, and we please do not disregard them. I'm going to hand it over to our Emergency Management Coordinator to give you a little briefing about our preparedness and the steps we took in anticipation of this flood event. Brady? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brady Constantine. I serve as the Emergency Management Coordinator and the Director of the Fire Marshal's Office for Kendall County. Our day did start very early this morning, about 2 a.m. I've been in close contact with Kerr County Emergency Management, as well as the emergency managers for Gillespie and Bandera County through the majority of this weather event from several days ago. On Tuesday, the 14th, we had a coordination meeting in preparation for what could happen, what may happen without uncertainty, along with guidance from the National Weather Service. We didn't know where the water was going to hit or how much, and if it was going to affect us. So we held a coordination meeting with our law enforcement partners within our county, as well as all of our key role players when it comes to emergency services and an event like this. Transportation and resources were already secured and prepared for an event like this. After yesterday event down in the city of Boerne, we were prepared for additional rainfall. Again, uncertainty on how much or where it would land. But we did go ahead and start making notifications in partnership with the Comfort Volunteer Fire Department and with their chiefs and such that have been in this area for many, many years and have experienced this, to pre-plan and be prepared for this exact event that we have had today. Again, this day started about 2 o'clock this morning as the rainfall was imminent and that it was going to affect our county.
Me and my team, once we were up here, started monitoring the Kerr County side in coordination with Kerr County Emergency Management on what that looked like. The notifications went early on, the 2 and 3 o'clock hour to Kendall County elected officials and Kendall County Judge Shane Stolarczyk on the imminent threat. The public safety aspect was addressed in the very beginning with notifications through the federal IPAWS system for anybody on the Guadalupe to seek higher ground that the river was going to rise rapidly. As he stated, we utilized our notification system, which is subscriber-based, the wireless emergency notification system, to do the same thing continuously all the way through this event. As the waters touched Kendall County, we had already done multiple drive-throughs of the neighborhoods in lower Comfort area, Broadway, Water Street, and those that are closest to the Guadalupe. As he stated, we had several evacuations. That being said, majority of all of those were voluntary. We never had a mandatory evacuation put in place. They were voluntary, and majority of those were assisted. I can tell you that the public did get our notices, and we're very great to work with. We were able to get everyone to high ground early on. We established a shelter as well as a staging center for additional resources coming, as well as any that may have been evacuated, which we did. Just north of Comfort at one of our Comfort schools in coordination with Comfort ISD. Our law enforcement partners here in Kendall County have supported us. The state of Texas with our TDEM representatives have been very helpful, and we are grateful for that partnership through this entire event, as well as the city of Boerne and many, many other state partners. At this time, I can tell you that the last report that I had, which it may have increased just a little bit at this point, is 37 feet was the last crest that I had at 87 in the Guadalupe here in Comfort, which is almost on point with July 4th. However, the cubic feet per second, the CFS, is at a higher rate. We're seeing a wider footprint of this flood at this time, and as the judge stated, we're not going to be able to get a full grasp of damage assessment to personal property, county property, and state property until these waters have receded. In coordination with the National Weather Service, one-on-one, we do not anticipate additional heavy pockets of rain at this time through this afternoon. So we do expect the receding of the water so we can start working towards those assessments. At this time, the initial parts of the flood, the front of this, is working its way through Kendall County. Last report I had, it's just getting to the Cordillera area, River Mountain on the east side of our county. It has not hit the Comal County line at this time. That second wave, I do not anticipate it to come up and hit the height of what the first wave did. But we definitely are monitoring as that comes through with our gauges in coordination with the USGS and UGRA, Upper Guadalupe River Authority. So at this time, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah,
I can do a couple.
We've heard some mixed reports from residents. Were sirens set off once the water started to rise?
Yes, sir. The sirens were activated. I don't have those exact times. They will be able to get those in the days and weeks to come because I do have it documented. They were manually triggered by the Comfort Fire Department. And generally the sirens are when we're watching the Cypress Creek. The Cypress Creek, whenever that water comes up, that is what affects the homes and the actual residents in downtown Comfort. The Guadalupe itself, as it comes up, we don't have houses and businesses that are actually in that minor, moderate, and major floodway of the Guadalupe. So the Cypress is what the key watch was as far as the sirens. We did do, as we were doing evacuations as secondary and third, we reinitiated the sirens, and that'll be documented with timestamps as well.
And what time roughly? I know we need the timestamps, but
I don't have a timestamp for you at this time. I would be off, and I'll get it for you in the coming days.
Marshal, the evacuations that took place,
what would have happened if you haven't evacuated those people? Were their lives in danger?
I think the question was, if we hadn't evacuated the people, would their lives have been in danger? I can't say for certain. We took all the necessary steps, just as we do in the emergency services and in the situation, right? We know that this is a low-lying area. The residents know this is a low-lying area. Being the early morning hours, I can tell you my job as emergency management coordinator is to be with our partners, with the surrounding counties, upstream specifically, and the partnerships that I've created with the National Weather Service, as well as my TDIM partnerships. So I don't want to guesstimate on what could have happened or what would have happened. I just know what did happen. As the judge said, and I'll reiterate, at this time, to my knowledge and what has been
miss you on Capitol Hill. Yeah, nice to meet you. There's more room at the press conference. But I don't always get to sit next time. It's true. We have a great set of colleagues. Showed up the whole day. Mark, well,
Maybe just, maybe I go to the library.
I guess, yeah, that's true.
And the next ball up. I'm sorry, no hand. All right, that's good. Disappointment, I know. Could have been using those for the World Cup.
Afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back with all of you. It's good to see you, good to be in this room. I'm glad everybody showed up today. Let's get back to work. We're going to begin with a few scheduling announcements. Tonight, as you all know, at 9:00 p.m. Eastern, President Trump will deliver a major address to the nation on protecting the integrity of our elections, and we encourage every American to tune in. On Friday, the president will travel to New York City to attend a FIFA reception at Trump Tower, followed by his attendance on Sunday at the FIFA World Cup between Spain and Argentina. His attendance will cap what has been the most watched, most secure, and most successful World Cup in American history. This is a fitting conclusion to a tournament that showcased America's ability to host the world on the grandest stage. Turning now to the economy. Tuesday's CPI report confirmed what President Trump predicted. Prices are falling, and this administration's economic policies are working. Inflation dropped 0.4% last month, beating expectations and marking the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Prices fell, including for gasoline, electricity, non-prescription drugs, car insurance, medical care services, and hotels, delivering relief for American working families. We also saw real weekly earnings rise in the month of June. For private sector workers, real wages have increased by roughly $1,000 since President Trump took office, after falling nearly $3,000 during the previous administration. This is real progress made possible by the president's pro-growth economic agenda. There is still more work to do, no doubt, which is why President Trump remains laser-focused on lowering costs and raising wages for working families across the country. Just last week, Walmart and Sam's Club announced they will be lowering prices on thousands of items in their stores across the country. Shoppers can expect meaningful savings on groceries, household essentials, outdoor living products, toys, apparel, and other everyday staples. As President Trump said, Walmart answered his call and stepped up in a big way, and we commend them for that. We hope other major retailers will follow the lead of this patriotic American company. While we're on the subject of helping working families get ahead, I want to remind everyone that the Trump accounts are now officially live. To date, and this is a new stat from the Council of Economic Advisors this morning, more than 6.5 million American children have been signed up for accounts so far, including my 2 kids, who I signed up during my maternity leave. There are a few things I want to make clear about this massively beneficial program that has the potential to literally transform the financial future of this country. First, any child under the age of 18 is eligible to have a Trump account opened in his or her name. This is a free investment savings account that costs nothing to open. Second, thanks to President Trump, every child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 will receive a $1,000 seed deposit from the United States Treasury. Third, parents, guardians, relatives, and friends can contribute up to $5,000 per year combined for each child. Employers can also contribute up to $2,500 per year on a tax-favored basis, counting toward the annual cap. The president believes there is no better investment than in America's children. Government projections show that a child whose family maxes out contributions could see the account grow to nearly $300,000 by the time the child turns 18. This is, I think we can all agree, an enormously powerful head start toward the American dream. These funds can be used for college, starting a business, or purchasing a home. This is truly a transformational, nonpartisan program. So I encourage everyone listening with a child to establish a Trump account today for your child and tell everyone you know with children to do the same. The app is also incredibly inviting and easy to use for parents at home. Finally, let's turn to the border. Brand new numbers this week from the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection confirm that for the 14th straight month, this administration has released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Again, let me reiterate, the 14th straight month, not a single illegal criminal alien has been entered into our country, released into our country by this administration. Illegal crossings in June remained at historic lows, and southwest border apprehensions are down 94% compared to the same period under the Biden administration. These numbers speak for themselves. Thanks to President Trump's strong leadership and unwavering commitment to law enforcement, America has the most secure border we have ever had in our nation's history. The administration continues working to reverse the previous influx of millions of illegal aliens into our country by the Biden administration, and our law enforcement professionals, God bless them, are arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country, including those convicted of the most heinous and violent crimes. This past weekend alone, ICE arrested a Mexican national and gang member convicted of second-degree murder in California, a Dominican national convicted of aggravated manslaughter in New Jersey, a Saudi national convicted of indecent liberties with a child in North Carolina, a Mexican national convicted of continuous sexual abuse of a child in California, a Nicaraguan national convicted of second-degree child molestation in Rhode Island, and a Mexican national convicted of lewd acts with a child under 14 with force in California. These are egregious crimes, and again, I think we can all agree that none of you would want these individuals living in your communities, and you have this administration to thank that they are on their way back home. The American people delivered a decisive mandate to arrest and deport these dangerous criminals, and President Trump is wholeheartedly committed to delivering on that mandate every day. He will never waver in his duty to defend our homeland and protect the American people, and he has proven without a shadow of doubt that the chaos and the lawlessness that we saw every single day at the border and across our country under the Biden administration was a choice, and it is a choice this president has chosen not to make. While this work is far from finished, the border is secure, and deportations will continue. With that, I'll take your questions today. I look forward to doing so. I know there's a lot of news. We have two people in our new media seats today, Rachel Bade and Ben Black. Rachel, why don't you kick us off? Ben will give you a question, and then we'll get to the rest of all of you. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back to the briefing room, and congrats on your baby.
Thank you.
Two questions,
Sure.
if I may. The first one, a fun one for your first day back. You now have two babies under 2 years old.
I do.
As someone who has a 4-year-old, I can only imagine how little you are sleeping right now. What is your one tip or secret to women who want to have it all, the kids and the hard charging career?
Well, thanks for the question, Rachel, and it is really good to be back with all of you. I don't think there is a secret. You just have to show up every day and keep going, and it really does take a village. Take the opportunity to shout out to my husband, who's home with our babies right now. I look forward to returning home later to be with them, but it's challenging. But for me, I view this as more than a job. I view this as public service on behalf of a president who I firmly believe in everything this administration is doing and really creating a better country for my children and their future, and I'm very grateful for that. Blessed to both be working in this job, but also to have two beautiful babies at home. And as you know, Rachel, and any mom in this room knows, there's nothing better than being a mother. So thanks for the question.
Babies are the best. Okay, a question about tonight. There are a lot of Republicans in this town who very much support the SAVE Act and want to make sure, our elections are upheld, election integrity, top priority for them. But some of them are concerned that tonight's primetime address might focus on, elections of the past, relitigating them rather than voter concerns of today. I'm wondering, can you tell us if the president tonight is going to talk about the economy? You just talked a lot about the economy and what we're seeing there. And what does the White House say to Republicans who are worried that election issues like this could actually turn off swing voters?
Well, a few things. I would encourage everyone to tune in tonight. I've seen a lot of reporting and frankly misreporting about what the president will say. I think the American people will be relieved to hear what they are hearing from the President of the United States and his commitment to transparency and the focus on the integrity of our elections tonight. I think all Republicans and Democrats should recognize this should be a nonpartisan issue. If we don't have safe and secure elections in our country, we cannot have a country. It is a vital part of our democracy, of our constitutional republic. The president will be speaking about that tonight. And in addition, at the very same time, of course, he is working on all of these economic issues that the American people have at home. I just read to you the latest inflation numbers are looking good, the best report in 6 years. The president, Republicans and Democrats and all Americans have this president to thank for the largest tax cuts in American history, which every Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against. You have this president to thank for the Trump accounts for our children and securing the future of the American dream. So this president is doing a lot, but obviously safe and secure elections are a true tenet of our constitutional republic, and the president will be speaking about that tonight. Thank you. And Ben, please.
Hey, so I'm from England. I've been following the World Cup all around, absolutely loving it.
Unfortunately, we got knocked out last night, so I'd love to
I'm
ask
sorry
a
for
favour.
the loss.
I'll skip over that.
Tough day for you today.
Yeah, it's all good though. But I want to know, so all these football fans coming to America, absolutely having a great time. I've had an amazing time. What do you want these football fans to take away from their time in America?
Sure. Well, I'm so glad you enjoyed your experience here in our country, and sorry for the loss. We look forward to the final match on Sunday, and I know the president looks forward to attending, but I think the world saw that this president and this country is able to put on the greatest show in sports in the world. And we are a kind people, we are hardworking people, and we have the best country on the planet. And I know I've loved seeing the videos from foreigners from around the world who have traveled to the United States and have been quite surprised about how lovely and enjoyable the United States is. I don't think we get enough credit from the international media around the world, but we encourage everyone to come and experience America for themselves. So thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
And safe travels home. You're welcome.
Caroline.
Garrett.
Caroline, welcome back.
Good to see you.
Likewise. So to the degree that this speech tonight is about elections past, not elections upcoming, the 2020 election has had dozens of recounts, lawsuits, audits. 2024 election widely believed to be safe and secure. There's not really any question about that. I think a lot of people look at this.
Because it was too big to rig.
Well, I think a lot of people look at this
There's a
and
massive
wonder,
amount of votes for this president. That's why he's in the Oval Office right now.
No one disputes that. And there were a significant amount of votes for Joe Biden, who won in 2020. I mean, I think the question is, why is the president unable to let this go?
Well, first of all, Garrett, I think part of the problem is that the media has refused to acknowledge that tens of millions of Americans across the country share the concerns of this president about the sanctity of our elections. And your premise of your question, you're jumping ahead to a conclusion in this speech before even hearing it yourself. I think that everyone should tune in tonight, including the people in this room, and you should report on the president's speech and the findings that he is going to reveal in this speech with a little bit of honesty and a little bit of integrity, because it will shock you if you have an honest eye listening to the president tonight, and everything he is saying will be backed by facts and by evidence that will be provided this evening. And again, Garrett, I think all Americans, Democrat, Republican, should agree that we are the greatest country in the history of the world. We should have the safest and most secure elections in the history of the world. And what the president will be speaking about tonight will show you that perhaps that is not the case, and we need to make some adjustments moving forward, including the Save America Act, as Rachel pointed out, is a key legislative priority for this president on Capitol Hill, and he wants to see all senators and members of Congress voting in favor of the Save America Act, because it's crucially important as we move forward. Aisha.
Hi, Caroline. Welcome back. And
Thank
I'm
you.
assuming the pink is for your baby girl.
You know, I didn't think that, but I guess it is now. Thank you.
We've talked a little bit about what the president might say tonight, but the other question is, who is running the teleprompter tonight after this report that the other guy is now under investigation for making money off of reading the president's speech?
Obviously, I'm aware of the report. The president is too. I spoke with him about it. He believes it's deeply unfortunate and frankly a disgrace. And the individual that was cited in that report is complying with the CFTC but has been put on paid administrative leave. So there will be a teleprompter operator tonight, of course, but it will not be the one, unfortunately, in that story.
One more on Iran. The vice president, J.D. Vance, went on this podcast with Joe Rogan yesterday, talked about Israel, in which he said that there are some people within their system that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Does the president agree with that statement?
I think the president would certainly agree that, yes, foreign countries certainly do try to persuade American public opinion. There's no doubt about that. I think it's just a basic fact. Ed.
Good to see you, Caroline. Following up on the teleprompter and then one on tonight's speech, what steps is the White House taking to ensure something like that doesn't happen again?
Well, the White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines with respect to issues like this, and as I just told you, this individual will no longer be here. He'll be on paid administrative leave. I'm sorry, without pay. The administrative leave is unpaid, to be very clear. That was a decision by the president, so I think that speaks for itself.
On the concerns about the election, will the president accept the results of November's elections?
Look, Ed, you should tune into the president's speech tonight before you jump ahead to conclusions about what's actually in the speech. Again, I've seen a lot of reporting and misreporting about what the president will say. We hope CBS will take the speech, and all Americans should take it.
Okay, but I'm not presuming anything. I'm just asking will he accept the results?
Caroline, two questions on the Trump account.
First, following the birthright citizenship case, is there concern that babies that are born to illegal immigrants here in the United States are not excluded from these accounts? And also, since the $1,000 per child from the Treasury seeds these accounts, can you assuage concerns from those who feel this is wealth redistribution?
I would certainly not describe it as that. As you know, this was an incredible private-public partnership. We had incredibly generous Americans, Michael Dell and many others, who contributed to the fund for the Trump accounts. So that money will then be passed along to America's children, which I think is a great thing that all Americans from all political persuasions can agree upon. With respect to your question on birthright citizenship, I think the president has made his view and the White House has made our view on this case quite clear. We're going to continue to move forward to work with Congress, hopefully in the future, to remedy this problem in our country and to ensure that we cannot have this scam continuing where you have foreigners from all around the world traveling to our country to give birth to babies who are then given the greatest privilege on the face of the planet, American citizenship. That's not how our founding fathers intended this country to work or to operate, and the administration is committed to finding solutions to remedy that.
Do they have access to the Trump accounts, though? Those are children of those illegal aliens?
That's not something I've discussed directly with the president, so I don't want to speak out of turn on that. As you know, Carrie, all American citizen children are able to access the Trump accounts as it stands right now. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mark Stone from Sky News. Can I switch to Iran, please?
Sure.
And specifically, the Manab school attack. 120 children dead, 26 of their teachers. A Sky News investigation released today points to all this being a tragic mistake by America, by the US military. So could you explain, please, why the president is repeatedly saying it wasn't America, when he hasn't actually, he says also that he hasn't even seen the report?
I can't speak to the Sky News investigation respectfully because I have not read it. All I can speak to is what the president has said as I speak on his behalf, and the investigation continues, and we would defer you to the Department of War for further questions on it.
Do you mind following up, if I may?
Sure.
I just want to
My
understand.
answer's not going to change.
I just want to understand why he consistently says it wasn't us, we didn't do this, when all the evidence and indeed the preliminary report, and we've spoken to a military insider who says this was human error.
Well, that's the president's opinion, and at the very same time, he has said the Department of War is investigating the matter, and we would defer you to them for any questions with respect to the investigation, which obviously has not been released yet. I would defer you to them for further questions on it. But there's been, I think the president feels that way because he knows that our military always acts in good faith and absolutely never targets civilians or children, unlike the other side of this conflict, Iran, who is well known for killing women and children and innocent people in their country for a very long time. So you should focus on that in your reporting. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Another World Cup question, much as it pains me. President Trump had some harsh words for Spain at the NATO summit last week about their spending. Does that mean he's going to be supporting Argentina on Sunday?
Danny, it is a really good question, and I'm disappointed in myself for not asking the president before I came out here, knowing you would probably ask. I haven't talked to him about it, but we'll get you an answer on that. You're welcome to ask him yourself at some point before the game. I'm sure you'll see him, and I'm sure he'll have a fun answer for you on it. Sure, in the middle. Go ahead. Sure, Jasmine, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Back on the teleprompter issue, Notice reported earlier this year that Kalshi was inaccessible on the Wi-Fi that journalists here at the White House have access to. Are staffers back in the West Wing and other parts of the EOB, et cetera, do they have access to Kalshi and Polymarket on their Wi-Fi?
On our work computers? Yeah. Honestly, I've never tried, so I don't know. But I'm happy to go try and get you an answer on that.
Another question, Caroline.
In the back, Reagan. Sure.
I just wonder,
Jasmine, go ahead, and then Reagan.
Are there any other White House staffers or people within the administration who are suspected of also placing bets on Kalshi or Polymarket or other things with some of this privileged information?
Not to my knowledge, not that I've been made aware of. And as you saw, I think this played out exactly how it should. Kalshi notified the CFTC of suspicious activity. They investigated that, identified the individual, and he will now no longer be working at the White House. So I think that answers all the questions on this matter. Reagan.
Caroline, I have a question for you on the Save America Act and
Sure.
Senator Graham, and then a quick question on Iran.
Sure.
Trump said in one of his final conversations with the late Senator Graham that he was talking about the Save America Act and that he felt like they were in a great position with it. Do you anticipate that the Senate is going to be more aggressive to push the Save America Act in light of the fact that it was so important to Senator Graham so close to his death?
Sure. Well, since I haven't had the opportunity, let me just express my sincere condolences to Senator Graham's staff and his family. He was beloved by so many here at the White House, especially the president, and I know that the news of his sudden passing was just tragic to all of us, especially the president, who considered him a dear friend. The Save America Act, as I said, Reagan, is of vital importance to this president, and he wants to see it move forward. I understand that Capitol Hill and Speaker Johnson are moving forward with attaching as many elements of the Save America Act as possible to the Budget Reconciliation 3.0. Here we go. The president is supportive of that process, and he hopes that Republicans will vote for this important piece of legislation. The Budget Reconciliation bill not only will address the Save America Act, but also ensure important aid for our farmers and our war fighters, which the president supports as well. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thank you.
On the Kalshi situation, I have just a few questions on that.
Sure.
This individual has been accused of making trades around the president's speeches for months. I mean, this has been going on since at least earlier this year, maybe even before that. Did the White House counsel have any awareness that this was going on with this individual? And if not,
no.
So if no, then why not? Is there any sort of plan in place to try to figure this out, to see if anyone else is doing this, or to track future people from, see if they're making these types of bets in the White House? Any discussions around that?
Look, there are very strict ethical guidelines here at the White House that explicitly state not to do this, and the White House counsel's office makes that clear to all of us who sign up to work in government on behalf of the president. So I think there has been a plan in place. This individual unfortunately violated the plan, and therefore he's paying the consequences for it. I don't know why there's further questions
I
on
just want to follow
it.
on this, but then doesn't that leave open the possibility, even though there are the rules, I mean, there's no disputing there are strict rules on this, but if there are no mechanisms in place, and then I'm not saying that there are, there should and should not be, but if there are none in place to try to track this happening inside the White House and inside the executive branch of the government, doesn't that leave open a possibility for this to keep happening or happening again, and these result people making bets like this inside the administration?
Again, there are very strict ethical requirements required by all staffers and officials here at the White House, and if they are violated, people will pay consequences for that, as you're seeing with this case. Libby. Thank you.
I have a question about Senator McConnell, but first on Iran. President Trump has now greenlit strikes on Iran for nearly every day this week. Does the White House describe negotiations more at a standstill or essentially completely over?
Well, I've spoken with the president about this as recently as an hour ago. Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us because they are suffering devastating blows on behalf of our United States military. The reason, and this is important for the American people to understand, the reason for the recent strikes over the course of the last several days is because Iran violated the Memorandum of Understanding that we struck with them. Specifically, in the Memorandum of Understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, they have made the tragic decision for them to do that. And President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
Talk to him about this within the last hour. I mean, does he essentially seem fed up with these negotiations? And can you explain why the American people should think that a deal with Iran would even be worthwhile at this point, given the fact that they broke it already?
Well, look at how bad they are behaving. It just proves the president's initial point for launching Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. That's why he launched Operation Epic Fury. They have suffered devastating blows to their military and their economy as a result. The president is always open and willing to diplomacy. He is the peace through strength president after all. After Operation Epic Fury, the conclusion of it, we did move forward into a diplomatic phase, if you will, but unfortunately Iran has has since violated that. They have expressed they still want to make a deal to the president. We're talking to them, but again, the president is not going to allow them to fire on ships in the Strait without paying a consequence for that. And I think just one more point, I think throughout this entire endeavor, the president has proved not just to Iran, but to the entire world that we can hit Iran anytime, anywhere, any place, and their ability to defend themselves has been essentially wiped out because of this president and Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Sure. Lena, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Thank you.
2 questions for you. If I can read 2 comments, one made by President Trump and one made by the Vice President on Iran. President Trump recently said, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. There's something wrong with them. They are cuckoo. They are scum, sick people, vicious, violent people. And then Vice President Vance went on Joe Rogan last night and he said, I'm very frustrated by the Americans and frankly by people in other countries who say you cannot negotiate with the Iranians. So your response to these contradictions, because I think you can understand how that's confusing for Americans with this mixed messaging. And then second question for you, at least 6 Americans are still detained in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Will President Trump make this conditional, a point of condition in continuing these conversations with the country as well as political prisoners and also people that are still being executed in Iran to this day?
Sure. To your second question, I'll never create a red line or a condition on behalf of the president without his blessing. I haven't heard him say that, but obviously ensuring the return of Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage all over this world remains a priority for him, and he has done so in a tremendous way over the course of the last year and a half. Americans from all over the world have returned home thanks to this president and the efforts of his national security team. To your first question about the comments between the president and the vice president, respectfully, I do think you're taking comments from different times throughout this conflict and kind of asking me if these are contradictory of each other. I can tell you the president and vice president are on the exact same page about where we are right now in this conflict. And the fact that you do see elements of what's remaining in the Iranian regime that are more willing to make a deal and then other elements who are not so maybe willing to make a deal shows that Operation Epic Fury was incredibly effective because we neutered their ability to communicate with one another, and they are a fragmented system. They are not the once very strong, powerful terrorist state that they were before this operation, which was one of the ultimate goals. So we'll continue to work through the process, and as I said, the president will hold them accountable when they turn their back on the words that they state to the United States, but he is always open to diplomacy at the very same time.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says is tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
Well, he hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward appropriately from there.
Tonight from the Justice Department?
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlin, you know that. Rachel.
By evidence, will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Just a point of clarification really quick. On the staffer who is accused of profiting off of the president's speeches, you said he'll no longer be working here. Is he on administrative leave or is he going to be fired after that's over?
He's on unpaid administrative leave right now.
Okay. And just to follow up on the president's speech tonight, I mean, we've been talking to a lot of Republicans over on Capitol Hill. They have said that focusing on the economy is the right way to go ahead of the midterm elections. They believe that's what voters care most about. What does the president say to Republicans who think that focusing on the 2020 election, election integrity, all of these issues right now is not the right approach so close to the election?
Well, again, you guys have not heard the speech yet, so I would digress with the criticism until you actually hear what the president is going to say and what he's going to say when he addresses the American public. I would also add again that the administration and especially this president are able to walk and chew gum at the same time and tackle a number of issues on a number of different subjects every single day. We see that president do that working around the clock on foreign policy, on domestic policy all of the time. You all report on it, you have to keep up with it, so I think you can agree with me on that point. And I would also add the president will continue to be traveling all around the country to talk about the economy. We were just in Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago touring a Mack truck facility, which has been greatly strengthened and enriched because of this president's economic policies over the last year and a half, and he loves doing that, and he will continue to do so. Jennifer, go ahead.
We have seen, with the increased community strikes, a real decrease in traffic through, commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. What is the U.S. doing right now to facilitate flows through the Strait of Hormuz and preemptively address the risk that Houthis will actually choke off the Red Sea oil route and that prices will increase further before November?
Sure. Well, two separate questions. First, let me address what's happening in the Strait right now. We know that there is a blockade of ships directed by the president for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This has been fully implemented and is in full force. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States of America. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with 2 aircraft carriers and more than 20 warships and dozens of aircraft, are executing the blockade mission as we speak. And during the first 24 hours of the blockade, U.S. CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So look, the Strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place. With respect to gas prices, as you know, the price of oil right now is approximately $80 a barrel, maybe a little less. Before I came out here, that's what it was at. Gas prices are down approximately 60 cents a gallon off the peak of this conflict, and the president was honest with the American people from the beginning. There may be temporary disruptions in the oil market, but what we haven't seen is what all of the naysayers said, that there would be massive increases in the price of oil that so many warned about. And that's in large part because of the president's domestic energy policies here at home to revamp our domestic production here, but also the administration has taken many swift actions to mitigate these temporary disruptions. As you know, we've released oil through our SPR, the Jones Act waiver, which has been incredibly effective, fuel environmental waivers. We also President signed the Defense Production Act to restart California oil production. So all of these very swift and mighty actions on behalf of this administration have led to a rather stable oil market, and the president will continue to do all he can to ensure prices come down, stay stable for the American people and the American consumer until the end of this conflict. And ultimately, I think Americans should keep in mind why we're doing this in the first place, to ensure that Iran, a terror state, can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Dasha, go ahead.
Nice to see you back.
You too.
2 questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran, and why is that not the major topic of his speech? Does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump is a man of his own word, and he sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had conversations about him addressing a range of topics, and that could very well be possible tonight. Again, this is all more reason for all of you to carry the speech live and for the American people to tune in tonight so they can hear directly from the the president and draw their own conclusions. Go ahead.
Caroline, sorry, I just
Karen,
wanted to
go
add
ahead.
the immigration question real quick.
Sure,
Caroline.
go ahead.
Sorry. 3 men were killed in ICE encounters in less than a week. As a result, DHS announced that it would end vehicle stops, and then President Trump urged them to change their position. Can you confirm whether vehicle stops are back on, and is the administration doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cameras which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country by the Department of Homeland Security. The President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE field offices now do have body cameras, and the remainder of the field offices are expected within 60 days. It's been a slower rollout than we would have hoped, but that's because of the Democrats' decision to shut down DHS for several weeks. So we expect to fully execute on the promise of body cams to all field offices across the country very soon. Karen.
Caroline, on the parasite outbreak related to
Yes.
produce, can you give an update on the administration's response to this? Are there federal officials on the ground in the hardest hit states right now doing any testing of production facilities or farms to try to figure out where this outbreak has started?
Sure. Well, what I can tell you, having been back at the White House for just a couple of short weeks, I've been in meetings on this very topic, and I can tell you the White House is closely monitoring the situation, has a handle on the situation. We're committed to providing the CDC and the FDA the resources that they need, and we urge all Americans to follow CDC guidance on properly washing and cooking raw ingredients to prevent this foodborne illness. As you know, there has been an unusually high number of cases. There are typically thousands of cases of this outbreak every year, but there has been an unusually higher number, and that's why we're working with the FDA and other partners at the federal, state, and local level to increase detection methods, provide the guidance, and then also, most importantly, trace the outbreak back to its original source, which we are currently in the process of doing.
Permanent leadership at the CDC and FDA and any funding cuts, has that slowed the response to figure out where this outbreak has started?
No, we've talked to the CDC and FDA specifically about that, and not at all. They have the resources they need to make sure that Americans are fully informed and protected from this illness during this time.
Caroline, please. Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Last year, the administration signed a critical minerals deal, mining deal with Kazakhstan for a little-known U.S. company. It was an agreement that President Trump and Howard Lutnick got tentative approval for with Kazakhstan's president in September. 6 days before the deal was signed, which was in November, the president's older sons with other partners took a 20% investment in a company related to the deal. What did the president know about his son's involvement in this arrangement, and when did he find out about it?
From my understanding, Maggie, nothing. I've spoken to the president and his family about this. They would absolutely never do anything that would put the president in a place of a conflict of interest. And we have timelines to give you and to provide you, which we did to the news media at the time when this story broke, to prove that very point that I just made.
Sorry, just 1 second. So the president did not learn about it until it was in the media? That was when he found out?
That's my understanding of the matter, yes.
Caroline,
Go ahead.
Thank you very
Carrie, I'll
much.
go to you after just.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay.
Why don't we just?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kurd.
Starting
You are
in the
very,
back.
very welcome back.
Okay. Thank you.
Yesterday, Iran launched a drone attack against U.S. facilities in Erbil, threatening American personnel and the Kurdistan region, one of the American closest partners in the Middle East. What is your message to those responsible? And are you staying with your loyal ally in the Middle East and at least helping them to defend itself?
Who launched the attack? You're saying
Iran,
Yes,
Kurdistan
of course.
region.
Well, I think I've addressed that previously in saying that Iran has unfortunately shown to violate the word that they struck with the President of the United States. They're paying consequences for that in the strikes that the President has authorized in the recent days.
Thank you, Caroline. You were with the President in Ankara for the NATO summit, and there Ukraine was one of
I
the...
was not, actually.
Oh, you were not. Okay, yeah, but the issue of Ukraine was one of the most important topics there, and the situation is escalating between the two sides in these days, but there are still efforts. Can you give us more information about where we are and how the local power breakers, including Turkey, are involving in order to solve the problem?
Sure, I'll check with the National Security Council and get back to you on that with more specific guidance. What I can tell you is I know the President greatly enjoyed his visit to Turkey, and not just his participation in the NATO summit, where he applauded the United States for getting our NATO allies to step up and pay their fair share for our defense, but also he greatly enjoyed his time with President Erdogan in Turkey and appreciates the bilateral relationship between our two countries. Karen.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Contrary to what the mainstream media is reporting, Americans that I speak to care deeply about election integrity.
This is true.
Why do you think the mainstream media is so fearful of tonight's speech and anything to do with election interference? And why are they attempting to discredit President Trump's speech before they've even heard it? And lastly, what's your message to AOC, who is asking for President Trump, the mainstream media, to actually censor the sitting president's speech tonight?
Yeah, I think that the mainstream media should air the president's speech and allow the American people to draw their own conclusions from it. Again, I think it's important that the American public hears directly from the President of the United States on a topic that, to your point, is very near and dear to the hearts of many Americans across the country, the integrity of our elections. This should be a nonpartisan, non-controversial issue, and I think you'll hear the President talk about that tonight. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
Who is telling the President that he wants